pues ya Your turn to battle. 5 seconds remaining.
Good, yeah.
30 seconds to battle.
спина, братуха, отходи.
Twice, real name, no gimmicks. Rap I've been in it ever since I was invented.
Вот это ты правильно нажимаешь молить. Пизды получится.
System failure. System failure.
Забирай снайпера, пока я сейчас смогу ловил.
Они влетели, съебал он торгует.
Подстрахуйте, ребята, не тащите ты.
Я лежу.
Your bottom tower is falling. Your
Оставь,
middle
что у меня я
tower
его
is under
сломал,
attack.
окей?
Поставить поменял. А как его назад
В смысле нет?
Отходим или нарочно, ну давайте как-то вместе. Нормально, походу, пацан.
Не-не-не.
Поставьте DiZagree, хотя бы в нашем лицо, блядь.
Battle structures are falling.
Ты не умирай, когда подъедешь, надо.
Могу главное забрать. Стоп.
Обзора просто нету. Никакого.
Снайпера сейвануй срочно, блядь!
Ебать, я вообще не вижу вас в игре. Ебал я просто.
Так, братан, ты соло побежал ебалом торговать, в смысле?
Да скажите, давай на базе будем стоять. Я стал на базе будем стоять, нас несут нахуй. Полигон, блядь, он пушит.
Так, а что он?
Сказал Виндик, сказал, есть FPS, блядь. Я не увидел, что
Ты просто понимаешь, ты думаешь одно, а типа не хули здесь фура, блядь, пушит, да и все.
Is under attack.
Больше никто нихуя не делает. Пист еще что-то делает. Мне каркасу дают иногда. Хавай, хавай.
Он не может законтролить данного бандеры, пускай сносят, нахуй, я ебал.
Нихуя себе, ты сейчас что-то против меня сказал или что, я не могу понять.
Он на замке там есть.
Ну, блядь, извиняюсь, нахуй, я все кнопки отдал, блядь, вот я все кнопки отдал.
Вообще против команды. Вдвоем не можем нет.
Видеть ситуацию такое, как она есть. Персонажи, которые могут себе сбежаться. Надо не дать подойти к
Сжираюсь один пулем.
пацаны, играем осторожно.
turn to ban. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
think this one was worthy of a place on this list.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Где мне фармить кустов, скажите, блядь, я не понимаю. Мужик, да, конечно, я не буду нихуя все это время фармить. Да, конечно, да ладно, пусть нафармит.
Представь себе, не будешь, потом будешь.
Иди ты нахуй потом. Меня столько раз трахнули, что я ебал тебя слушать вообще об этом.
Фармите, блядь, все втроем тоже.
Я чё нахуй, должен на ПК на фонтане стать ебанутый.
Да какой нахуй фонтане? Ладно, похуй, блядь, фармите.
Я на линии не могу выйти, меня выебут, просто я снайпер, ты понимаешь, мне фармить надо.
Хуя, блядь, на этом рейтинге.
В этом рейтинге позволю DiZagree нафармить ради. Хотел здесь только посидеть, а поводит на линии, сдохнет от пака.
А, ты вообще слышишь меня? Нет, что я тебе сказал? Тебе похуй, я понял.
Что, сколько он будет фармить этот радик ебаный?
Ему немного осталось. Можешь посмотреть, 3 минуты ему нужно, чтобы нафармить этот радик, блядь, пока будете, блядь, спейс ему сделаем. Потом, блядь, он будет...
Потом он в итоге нихуя не сделает, потому что его вообще в ахуе затопчет вот этот долбоёб, и еще нахуй убьет вот этот ебанат.
Так и будет, потому что, блядь, так и будет. Так и будет, потому что, блядь, вы все вместе фармите.
фармиш?
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower has fallen.
Get out of that waiting.
Соберу доедал с первым слотом, все равно нужно будет дамаж какой-то иметь.
Нравится.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
На белке ПЖ можешь руководство создать? Ну, прям на всех героев нахуй, как Гришар, я бы играл.
70s, but I'm a 90s bitch. I love it. I love it. I got this feeling on the summer day when you were gone. I crashed my car into the bridge. I watched, I let it burn. I threw your shit into a bag and pushed it down the stairs. I crashed my car into the bridge. I don't care. I love it. I don't care. I love it. I love it. I don't care. I love it. I don't care. You're on a different road. I'm in the Milky Way. You want me down on Earth, but I am up in space. You're so damn hard to please. We gotta kill this switch. You're from the 70s, but I'm a 90s bitch. I don't care. I love it. I don't care. I love it. I love it. I don't care. I love it. I don't care. I love it. I love it. I don't care. I love it.
It's been said and done. Every beautiful thought's been already sung. And I guess right now here's another one. So your melody will play on and on. With the best of all, you are beautiful. Like a dream come alive, incredible. A centerfold miracle, lyrical. You saved my life again. And I want you to know, baby, I love you like a love song, baby. I love you like a love song, baby. I love you like a love song, baby. And I keep it on repeat, beat, 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 beat. I love you like a love song, baby. I love you like a love song, baby. I love you like a love song, baby. And I keep it on repeat, beat, 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 beat. Constantly, boy, you play through my mind like a symphony. There's no way to describe what you do to me. You just do to me what you do. And it feels like I've been rescued. I've been set free. I am hypnotized by your destiny. You are magical, lyrical, beautiful. You are. And I want you to know, baby, I love you like a love song, baby. I love you like a love song, baby. I love you like a love song, baby. And I keep it on repeat, beat, 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 beat. I love you like a love song, baby. I love you like a love song, baby. I love you like a love song, baby. And I keep it on repeat, beat, 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 beat. No one compares, you stand alone to every record I own. Music to my heart, that's what you are. A song that goes on and on. I love you like a love song, baby. I love you like a love song, baby. I love you like a love song, baby. And I keep it like a beat, 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 beat. I love you like a love song, baby. I love you like a love song, baby. I love you like a love song, baby. Like a love song.
Я начну сегодня день, скажу делам пока.
освобожу себя на вечер. На учебу ехать лень, бутылочка пивка, отличный план для вторника. Не сдвинуться с кровати, все надоело, хватит. Нет силы, чтоб себя поднять. Тусовка будет сильной, приставка холодильник, уже не терпится начать. Мои друзья на сутки, фастфуды, самокрутки, сериалы, кинчики онлайн. Назло унылым будням, забить на все нетрудно. Я этого так давно ждал, поэтому я начну сегодня день. Скажу делам пока, освобожу себя на вечер. На учебу ехать лень, бутылочка пивка, отличный план для вторника. Я начну сегодня день, скажу делам пока, освобожу себя на вечер. На учебу ехать лень, бутылочка пивка, отличный план для вторника.
Этот звон ласкает слух. Ein, zwei, я владею силой двух. Left, right, не ношу железный панцирь. Уродос, зато меж ног стальные яйца. Iron Man with iron balls. Я владелец железяк шарообразной формы. Торчу, когда адреналина втрое выше нормы. На деле бронебойный тип с манерами барона. Меня когда-нибудь порвет мой брос тестостерона. Плююсь стальною стружкой и дышу парами ртути. Стальные яйца мой билет, везде дойти до сути. Когда иду, о них звенит мой старый парабеллум. Приятно, когда близко к телу прилегает феррум. Тони Старк без своего костюма, как шалава. Молчит, пока я зло творю налево и направо. Это не торчит, как тарка своего же бюста. Стальные яйца круче, чем межреберная люстра. У меня в паху металла, у кого-то стейки. Кто сказал, что твое мясо круче нержавейки? Мои яйца не боятся рева бензопил. Полировать мой био, кастрировать Unreal. Этот звон ласкает слух. Ein, zwei, я владею силой двух. Left, right, не ношу железный панцирь. Уродос, зато меж ног стальные яйца. Iron Man with iron balls. Крашу яйца в черный цвет на Пасху в рамках хобби. Я выбрал тьму назло джедаю Оби-Ван Кеноби. Пьюсь об заклад, мои шары не перетянет фура. Не лежи их на морозе, это сталь, примерзнешь, дура. В постели я как автомат работаю часами. Видали, забиватель свой, по мне чертеж писали. В публичном доме говорю, когда готовку 10. Не можно посмотреть их всех, а заверните 10. Кто живет на дне могилы? Барон, Самди. Кто его друзья дебилы? Зомби, зомби. Кто женщинам развратным нравится? Барон, Самди. У кого стальные яйца? Кто в Москве без регистрации? Вы готовы, дети? Я не слышу! Этот звон ласкает слух. Ein, zwei, я владею left, right. Не ношу железный панцирь. Зато меж ног стальные яйца. Iron Man with iron balls. Этот звон ласкает слух. Ein, zwei. Я владею силой двух. Left, right. Не ношу железный панцирь. Зато меж ног стальные яйца. Iron Man with iron balls. 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 Iron Man with iron balls.
I'm done with the drinking, I'm done with the smoking, I'm done with the playing, I'm done with the joking, I'm done with the ladies, I'm done with the fellas, just saying. Farewell tequila, so long margarita, lady sativa, I hate to leave ya, don't want the pressure, I don't need a lecture. No thank you honey, God bless ya. I know, I've said it all before, but it won't hurt to do it all once more. This is my last hurrah. Once I start, I ain't gonna stop till I go too far. Last hurrah, and it's okay. Maybe tomorrow I won't feel this pain. Last hurrah. Last hurrah. I'm done with the heartache. I'm done with the demons. Can't wait to be normal right after this weekend. I'm done with the drama. I'm fixing my karma. One more night up your nirvana. I know I've said it all before, but it won't hurt to do it all once more. This is my last hurrah. Once I start, I ain't gonna stop till I go too far. Last hurrah, and it's okay. Maybe tomorrow I won't feel this pain. Last hurrah. Last hurrah. Maybe I'll never change, but I'm still glad I came. Try again another day, but for now, this is my last hurrah. Once I start, I ain't gonna stop till I go too far. Last hurrah, and it's okay. Maybe tomorrow I won't feel this pain. Last hurrah. Last hurrah.
I got my peaches out in Georgia. Oh yeah, shit. I get my weed from California. That's that shit. I took my chick up to the north, yeah. Badass bitch. I get my light right from the source, yeah. Yeah, that's it. And I see you. The way I breathe you in. It's the texture of your skin. I wanna wrap my arms around you, baby, never let you go. And I see you. There's nothing like your touch. It's the way you lift me up. Yeah, and I'll be right here with you till the end. I got my peaches out in Georgia. Oh yeah, shit. I get my weed from California. That's that shit. I took my chick up to the north, yeah. Badass bitch. I get my light right from the source, yeah. Yeah, that's it.
You ain't sure yet, but I'm for ya. All I could want, all I could wish for. Nights alone that we miss more, and days we save as souvenirs. There's no time, I wanna make more time and give you my whole life. I left my girl, I'm in my Yorker. Hate to leave it, call it torture. Remember when I couldn't hold her? Left her baggage for a mover.
I got my peaches out in Georgia. Oh yeah, shit. I get my weed from California. That's that shit. I took my chick up to the north, yeah. Badass
source, yeah, that's it. I get the feeling, so I'm sure. Hand in my hand because I'm yours. I can't pretend, I can't ignore you right from me. Don't think you wanna know just where I've been. Done being distracted. The one I need is right in my arms. Your kisses taste the sweetest with mine, and I'll be right here with you till the end. I got my peaches out in Georgia. Oh yeah, shit. I get my weed from California. That's that shit. I took my chick up to the north, yeah. Badass bitch. I get my light right from the source, yeah. That's it. I got my peaches out in Georgia. Oh yeah, shit. I get my weed from California. That's that shit. I took my chick up to the north, yeah. Badass bitch. I get my light right from the source, yeah. That's it. I got my peaches out in Georgia. Oh yeah, shit. I get my weed from California. That's that shit. I took my chick up to the north, yeah. Badass bitch. I get my light right from the source, yeah. That's it. I got my peaches out in Georgia. Oh yeah, shit. I get my weed from California. That's that shit. I took my chick up to the north, yeah. Badass bitch. I get my light right from the source, yeah. That's it.
Как-то так. Я даже не знаю, чем. Может быть, почитать? Может быть. Насколько стабильно вообще сигнал идет? Видно, как я доедаю пирожок с картошкой. Супер. Большая булочка. Такая большая. Ваше здоровье. Как твои дела, Деспони? Ну, нормально, это уже хорошо, понимаешь? Типа, в данной ситуации. А то мало ли, вдруг ты собираешься там в тюрьму садиться, я не знаю. Когда я сделаю видеоролик для своего диплома, я буду проверять его по Монтеро. Типа, насколько динамик. Потому что говорят, что под любую хорошую видеокомпозицию Монтеро подходит идеально. Поэтому... Если что-то будет не очень хорошо подходить Монтеро, значит, нужно менять динамику видеоролика. Вот такая мне идея. Как ты думаешь? Тебе нравится? Буду с тобой проверять. Здесь. Прямо на стриме. Видео запущу. И под Монтеро будем смотреть. Нормально подходит или ненормально. Ощущение, что я еще как-то хочу отдохнуть, но я не могу придумать как. Типа, что еще не пора начинать работать, что еще чуть-чуть надо отдохнуть. Но я не могу придумать, как мне отдохнуть. Это из-за кота? Я не знаю, как такой фон? Не сильно навязчивый. Давайте разговаривать. Давайте говорить. Типа, я не знаю, какие вы вопросы задаете на первом свидании? Давайте отвечать на них. Это мой крайний уровень прокрастинации, по-моему. Я мощнее еще не прокрастинировала. С людьми разговаривать, типа, что? Так, чуть-чуть пониже. Вот и кот. Ты мой хороший котик? Такой хороший котик у меня, да. Да, такой замечательный кот. Так, это то, что ты говоришь на первом свидании? И как на это реагируют твои свидания? Oh my god! Yeah, he was so little. It's Sammy. Have you ever been on a date? Like with a person who you don't really know. What questions do you ask on the first date? Oh, always friends first. Okay, what questions do you ask a person to know them? Like, to know them better? You know that about me. You know what I do for fun in my free time. What do you do for fun with Sammy when you're free? We're exactly the same person, I guess. It's Sammy. Be completely honest right now. Are you me from future? Sometimes I feel like I'm talking to myself, but much more mature. How do you know? How do you know you are mature? Why? Why would you say that? Thank you. To laugh at the silly things is normal thing, even for people who are, you know, really old. So you laughed. You're only 27. So being mature is not about numbers, I guess. It's about, like, personality traits. I mean, I was going to start climbing indoors when I'm older. And now you told me that you enjoy climbing indoors and all other bunch of things that I enjoy too. So it sounds to me like you are myself. Like you, it's me. It's me. Only it's you. So are you me from the future? I know what to invest in already. But I don't have anything to invest. My personal, like, fund is just, I mean, it's less than $100. It's less. It's less than $100 right now. I don't have anything. And also I have a debt which I have to pay. Hi. You have student loan debt. Maybe I am... no. I don't have student loan. Because I am too smart for this. I guess. I don't know. Or too lucky. Also, it's nice to know that in future I am 27. It's like, with time, I'm getting even younger. Okay, maybe you can ask me personal, like individual question. If you don't ask same thing from every person. This is my dream. It would be so cool if I would be time traveling vampire. It's like dream come true. And also climbing indoors. So I guess we're gonna read. Why? No. You're lying. You know what I like to do? Does music confuse you? Would it be nice for me to read and have music? Or would it be better to read in silence? Okay. So we're ready. Do you remember what we read before? He was at school, and his friend invited him in chat. Remember? He was talking about how he likes this Artemis Girl blog. I can reread it. It's like few strokes. Her newest blog post was titled "The John Hughes Blues," and it was an in-depth treatise, right? Yes, it is. Sweet. I was drunk the night before, and you was drunk the last time. On her 6 favorite John Hughes teen movies, which she divided into 2 separate trilogies, the Dorky Girl Fantasies trilogy, 16 Candles, Pretty in Pink, and Some Kind of Wonderful, and the Dorky Boy Fantasies trilogy, The Breakfast Club, Weird Science, and Ferris Bueller's Day Off. Just as I'd finished reading it, an instant message window popped up on my display. It was my best friend, H. Okay. If you want to split hairs, he was my only friend, not counting Mrs. Gilmer. H. Top of the morning, amiga. Parzival. Hola, compadre. H. What are you up to? Parzival. Just surfing the turf, you. H. Got the basement online. Come and hang out before school, fool. Parzival. Sweet. I'll be there in a sec. I closed the IM window and checked the time. I still had about half an hour until class started. I grinned and tapped a small door icon at the edge of my display, then selected H's chat room from my list of favorites. I gotta change the language here. Three zeros, 3. The system verified that I was on the chat room's access list and allowed me to enter. My view of the classroom shrank from the limits of my peripheral vision to a small thumbnail window in the lower right of my display, allowing me to monitor what was in front of my avatar. The rest of my field of vision was now filled with the interior of H's chat room. My avatar prepared just inside the entrance. My avatar appeared. I'm so sorry. Just inside the entrance. A door at the top of a carpeted staircase. The door didn't lead anywhere. It didn't even open. This was because the basement and its contents didn't exist as a part of the Oasis. Chat rooms were standalone simulations, temporary virtual spaces that avatars could access from anywhere in Oasis. My avatar wasn't actually in the chat room, it only appeared that way. Wait 3 Parzival was still sitting in my world history classroom with his eyes closed. Logging into a chat room was a little like being in 2 places at once. H had named his chat room the basement. He'd programmed it to look like a large suburban rec room. Kirka? The late 1980s. Is it right? Old movie and comic book posters covered the wood-paneled walls. A vintage RCA television stood in the center of the room, hooked up to a Betamax VCR, a laser disc player, and several vintage video game consoles. Bookshelves lined the far wall, filled with role-playing game supplements and back issues of Dragon magazine. Hosting a chat room this large wasn't cheap, but H could afford it. He made quite a bit of dough competing in televised PvP arena games. After school and on the weekends. H was one of the highest ranked combatants in the Oasis in both the deathmatch and capture the flag leagues. He was even more famous than Artemis. What? Over the past few years, the basement had become a highly exclusive hangout for elite gunters. Each granted access only to people he deemed worthy, so being invited to hang out in the basement was a big honor, especially for a third-level nobody like me. As I descended the staircase, I saw a few dozen other gunters milling around with avatars that varied widely in appearance. There were humans, cybers, demons, dark elves, Vulcans, and vampires. Most of them were gathered around the row of old arcade games against the wall. A few others stood by the ancient stereo. Currently blasting the Wild Boys by Duran Duran. Browsing through H's giant rack of vintage cassette tapes. H himself was sprawled in one of the chat room's 3 couches, which were arrayed in a U-shape in front of the TV. H's avatar was a tall, broad-shouldered Caucasian male with dark hair and brown eyes. I'd asked him once if he looked anything like his avatar in real life, and he jokingly replied, "Yes, but in real life I'm even more handsome." As I walked over, he glanced up from the Intellivision game he was playing. His distinctive Cheshire grin stretched from ear to ear. "Z!" he shouted. What is up, amiga?" He stretched out his right hand and gave me 5 as I dropped onto the couch opposite him. H had started calling me Z shortly after I met him. He liked to give people single-letter nicknames. H pronounced his own avatar's name just like the letter H. "What up, Humperdinck?" I said. This was a game we played. I always called him by some random H name like Harry, Hubert, Henry, or Hogan. I was making guesses at his real first name, which he'd once confided to me began with the letter H. I'd known H for a little over 3 years. He was also a student on Ludus, a senior at OPS number 1172, which was on the opposite side of the planet from my school. We'd met one weekend in a public Gunter chat room and hit it off immediately because we shared all of the same interests, which is to say one interest, a total all-consuming obsession with Holiday and his Easter egg. A few minutes into our first conversation, I knew H was the real deal, an elite Gunter with some serious mental kung fu. He had his 80s trivia down cold and now just the canon stuff. Not just the canon stuff either. He was a true holiday scholar, and he'd apparently seen the same qualities in me because he'd given me his contact card and invited me to hang out in the basement whenever I liked. He'd been my closest friend ever since. Over the years, a friendly rivalry had gradually developed between us. We did a lot of trash talking about which one of us would get his name up on the scoreboard first. We were constantly trying to outgeek each other with our knowledge of obscure Gunter trivia. Sometimes we even conducted our research together. This usually consisted of watching cheesy 80s movies and TV shows here in his chat room. We also played a lot of video games, of course. H and I had wasted countless hours on two-player classics like Contra, Golden Axe, Heavy Barrel, Smash TV, and Ikari Warriors. Aside from yours truly, H was the best all-around gamer I'd ever encountered. We were evenly matched at most games, but he could trounce me at certain titles, especially anything in the first-person shooter genre. That was his area of expertise after all. I didn't know anything about who H was in the real world, but I got the sense his home life wasn't that great. Like me, he seemed to spend every waking moment locked into the Oasis, and even though we'd never actually met in person, he told me more than once that I was his best friend, so I assumed he was just as isolated and lonely as I was. "So, what did you do after you bailed last night?" he asked, tossing me the other Intellivision controller. He'd hung out here in his chat room for a few hours the previous evening, watching old Japanese monster movies. "Nada," I said. Went home and brushed up on a few classic coin-ups. Unnecessary. Yeah, but I was in the mood. I didn't ask him what he'd done the night before, and he didn't volunteer any details. I knew he'd probably gone to Gygax or somewhere equally awesome to speedrun through a few quests and rack up some XPs. He just didn't want to rub it in. H could afford to spend a fair amount of time off-world, following up leads and searching for the copper key. But he never lorded this over me, or ridiculed me for not having enough dough to teleport anywhere, and he never insulted me by offering to loan me a few credits. It was an unspoken rule among Gunters. If you were a solo, you didn't want or need help from anyone. Gunters who wanted help joined a clan, and H and I both agreed that clans were for suck asses and posers. We'd both vowed to remain solos for life. We still occasionally had discussions about the egg. They both vowed to remain solos for life. We still occasionally had discussions about the egg, But these conversations were always guarded, and we were careful to avoid talking about specifics. After I beat H at 3 rounds of Tron Deadly Discs, he threw down his end television controller in disgust and grabbed a magazine off the floor. It was an old issue of Starlog. I recognized Rutger Hauer on the cover in a Lady Hawk promotional photo. Starlog, eh? I said, nodding my approval. Yep. Downloaded every single issue from the Hatchery archive. Still working my way through them. I was just reading this great piece of Ewoks, The Battle for Endor. Made for TV, released in 1985, I recited. Star Wars trivia was one of my specialties. Total garbage, a real low point in the history of the wars. Says US face. It has some great moments. No, I said, shaking my head. It doesn't. It's even worse than that first Ewok flick, Caravan of Courage. They should have called it Caravan of Suck. H rolled his eyes and went back to reading. He wasn't going to take the bait. I eyed the magazine's cover. Hey, can I have a look at that when you're done? He grinned. Why? So you can read the article on Lady Hawk? Maybe. Man, you just love that cab burger, don't you? Blow me, H. How many times have you seen that Sap Feast? I know you made me sit through it at least twice. He was baiting me now. He knew Lady Hawk was one of my guilty pleasures, and that I'd seen it over 24 times. I was doing you a favor by making you watch it, noob, I said. I shoved a new cartridge into the Intellivision console and started up a single-player game of Astro Smash. You'll thank me one day. Wait and see. Lady Hawk is canon. Canon. Canon was the term we used to classify any movie, book, game, song, or TV show of which Holiday was known to have been a fan. Surely you must be joking, H said. No, I'm not joking, and don't call me Shirley. This joke wasn't in the translated book. They missed it. Wow. He lowered the magazine and leaned forward. There is no way Holiday was a fan of Lady Hawk. I guarantee it. Where's your proof, dipshit? I asked. The man had taste. That's all the proof I need. Then please explain to me why he owned Lady Hawk on both VHS and Laserdisc. A list of all the films in Holiday's collection at the time of his death was included in the appendices. Is this right? Appendices? Of Anorak's almanac. We both had the list memorized. The amount of memory in this man. I couldn't do that. What the fuck? The guy was a billionaire. He owned millions of movies. Millions of movies? And they memorized it. Most of which he probably never even watched. He had DVDs of Howard the Duck and Kral too. That doesn't mean he liked them, I said. And it sure as hell doesn't make them canon. It's not really up for debate, Homer, I said. Lady Hawk is an 80s classic. It's fucking lame, is what it is. The swords look like they were made out of tinfoil, and that soundtrack is epically lame, full of synthesizers and shit by the motherfucking Alan Parsons Project. Lame-o-rama, beyond lame. Highlander, second lame. I don't know, second? Highlander 2 lame? Highlander 2, I guess. Hey, I faint, hurling my Intellivision controller at him. Now you're just being insulting. Lady Hawk's cast alone makes this film canon. Roy Batty, Ferris Bueller, and the dude who played Professor Falcon in War Games. I searched my memory for the actor's name. John Wood, reunited with Matthew Broderick. A real low point in both of their careers, he said, laughing. He loved arguing about old movies even more than I did. The other Gunters in the chat room were now starting to form a small crowd around us to listen in. Our arguments were often high in entertainment value. Что? Я его добавила себе в избранное в этом, в Нетфликсе, пока он у нас не отрубился. В смысле? Это своего рода, я не знаю, ностальгия. Приятненько. I can barely remember what I had for dinner yesterday. Now I have my memory so nice that I can remember dreams I had last night. Not like this night, but night before that. You must be stoned, I shouted. Lady Hawk was directed by Richard fucking Donner. The Goonies, Superman the movie? You're saying that guy sucks? I don't care if Spielberg directed it. It is a chick flick disguised as a sword and sorcery picture. The only genre film with less balls is probably freaking Legend. Anyone who actually enjoys Lady Hawk is a bona fide USDA choice pussy. Laughter from the peanut gallery. I was actually getting a little pissed off now. I was a big fan of Legend too, and H knew it. Oh, so I'm a pussy. You're the one with the Ewok fetish. I snatched the Starlock out of his hands and threw it against the Revenge of the Jedi poster on the wall. I suppose you think your extensive knowledge of Ewok culture is gonna help you find the egg? Don't start on the Endorians again, man, he said, holding up an index finger. I've warned you. I will ban your ass, I swear. I knew this was a hollow threat, so I was about to push the Ewok thing even further. Maybe give him some crap for referring to them as Endorians, but just then a new arrival materialized on the staircase. A total lamer by the name of I-Rock. I let out a groan. I-Rock and H attended the same school and had a few classes together, but I still couldn't figure out why H had granted him access to the basement. I-Rock fancied himself an elite gunter, but he was nothing but an obnoxious poser. Sure, he did a lot of teleporting around the oasis, completing quests and leveling up his avatar, but he didn't actually know anything. And he was always brandishing an oversized plasma rifle the size of snowmobile, even in chat rooms where it was totally pointless. The guy had no sense of decorum. Are you cocks arguing about Star Wars again? He said, descending the steps and walking over to join the crowd around us. I'm doing this lame voice, but he'd probably choose, like, you can choose voice there, right? He would probably choose, like, this macho voice, but I won't do that. And walking over to join the crowd around us. That shit is so played out, yo. No, I can't do the macho voice. Ну что? Что вопросы к сценаристам? Ну и что? Я, например, чуть ли не каждый месяц пересматриваю «Сумерки». Хотя это, конечно, кринж там смотреть. Я кринжую, но смотрю же, потому что это прикольно. Это ностальгия. Now I have to? No, I won't do that. Not for free at all. Like, you gotta pay for that. I turned to H. If you want to ban someone, why don't you start with this clown? I hit reset on the Intellivision and started another game. Shut your hole, Pennysville, Irock replied, using his favorite mispronunciation of my avatar's name. He doesn't ban me because he knows I'm elite. Ain't that right, H? No, H said, rolling his eyes. That ain't right. You're about as elite as my great-grandmother, and she's dead. Screw you, H, and your dead grandma. Gee, Irock, I muttered. You always manage to elevate the intelligence level of the conversation. The whole room just lights up the moment you arrive. So sorry to upset you, Captain No Credits, Irock said. Hey, shouldn't you be on Incipio panhandling for change right now? He reached for the second Intellivision controller, but I snatched it up and tossed it to the H. Tossed it to H. He scowled at me. Prick. Poser. Poser? Pennysville is calling me a poser? He turned to address the small crowd. This chump is so broke that he has to bum rights to Greyhawk just so he can kill kobolds for copper pieces, and he's calling me a poser? This elicited a few snickers from the crowd, and I felt my face turn red under my visor. Once about a year ago, I'd made the mistake of hitching a ride off-world with Irock to try to gain a few experience points. After dropping me in a low-level quest area on Greyhawk, the jerk had followed me. I spent the next few hours slaying a small band of kobolds, waiting for them to respawn, and then slaying them again, over and over. My avatar was still only first level at that time, and it was one of the only safe ways for me to level up. Irock had taken several screenshots of my avatar that night and labeled them Pennysville the Mighty Kobold Slayer. Then he'd posted them to the hatchery. He still brought it up every chance that he got. He was never going to let me leave it down. That's right, I called you a poser. I stood and got up in his grill. You're an ignorant, know-nothing twink. Just because you're 14th level, it doesn't make you a gunter. You actually have to possess some knowledge. Word, H said, nodding his agreement. We bumped fists. More snickering from the crowd, now directed at Irock. Irock glared at us a moment. Okay, let's see who the real poser is, he said. Check this out, girls. Такая база, такой хороший первый фильм, у тебя есть доступ к тем же актерам. И навернули прям сюжетный поворот ради поворота. Ну да. Ну что? Grinning, he produced an item from his inventory and held it up. It was an old Atari 2600 game, still in the box. He purposefully covered the game's title with his hand, but I recognized the cover artwork anyway. It was a painting of a young man and woman in ancient Greek attire, both brandishing swords. Lurking behind them were a minotaur and a bearded guy with an eye patch. "Know what this is, hotshot?" Irox said, challenging me. "I'll even give you a clue. It's an Atari game released as part of a contest. It contained several puzzles, and if you solved them, you could win a prize. Sound familiar?" Irock was always trying to impress us with some clue of piece of holiday lore he foolishly believed he'd been the first to uncover. Gunters loved to play the game of one-upmanship and were constantly trying to prove they had acquired more obscure knowledge than everyone else. But Irock totally sucked at it. "You're joking, right?" I said. "You just now discovered the Sword Quest series?" Irock deflated. "You're holding Sword Quest Earthworld," I continued. "The first game in the Sword Quest series released in 1982? I smiled wide. "Can you name the next 3 games in the series?" His eyes narrowed. He was, of course, stumped. Like I said, he was a total poser. "Anyone else?" I said, opening the question up to the floor. The Gunters in the crowd eyed each other, but no one spoke up. "Fireworld, Waterworld, and Airworld," H answered. "Bingo," I said, and we bumped fists again. Although Airworld was never actually finished because Atari fell on hard times and cancelled the contest before it was completed. Irock quietly put the game box back in his inventory. "You should join up with the Soxers, Irock," H said, laughing. "They could really use someone with your vast stores of knowledge." Irock flipped him the bird. "If you two fags already knew about the circus contest, how come I've never once heard you mention it?" "Come on, Irock," H said, shaking his head. Circus Earthworld was Atari's unofficial sequel to Adventure. Every Gunter worth their salt knows about that contest. How much more obvious can you get? Irock tried to save some face. "Okay, if you're both such experts, who programmed all the Sword Quest games?" "Dan Hitchens and Todd Fry," I recited. "Try asking me something difficult." "I got one for you," H interjected. "What were the prizes Atari gave out to the winner of each contest?" "Huh," I said. "A good one. Let's see. The prize for the Earthworld contest was the Talisman of Penultimate Truth. It was solid gold and encrusted with diamonds. The kid who won it melted down to pay for college, as I recall." "He melted it." "It would be much more expensive. Solid." "Why would he melt something like that?" "And you know, it's true story. He melted. Why?" "Why?" Yeah, H prodded. "Quit selling. What about the other two?" "I'm not selling. The Fireworld prize was the Chalice of Light." And the Waterworld prize was supposed to be the crown of life, but it was never awarded due to the cancellation of the contest. Same goes for the Airworld prize, which was supposed to be a philosopher's stone. H grinned and gave me a double high five, then added, "And if the contest hadn't been cancelled, the winners of the first 4 rounds would have competed for the grand prize, the Sword of Ultimate Sorcery." I nodded. The prizes were all mentioned in the Swordquest comic books that came with the games. Comic books which happened to be visible in the treasure room, in the final scene of Anorak's invitation, by the way. The crowd burst into applause. Irok lowered his head in shame. Since I'd become a Gunter, it had been obvious to me that Holiday had drawn inspiration for his contest from the Swordquest contest. I had no idea if he'd borrowed any of the puzzles from them too, but I'd studied the games and their solutions thoroughly, just to be safe. "Fine, you win," Irok said, "but you both obviously need to get a life. And you," I said, "obviously need to find a new hobby, because you clearly lack the intelligence and commitment to be a Gunter." "No doubt," H said. "Try doing some research for a change, Irok. I mean, did you even hear of Wikipedia? It's free, douchebag." Irok turned and walked over to the long boxes of comic books stacked on the other side of the room, and as if he'd lost interest in the discussion. "Whatever," he said over his shoulder. "If I didn't spend so much time offline getting laid, I'd probably know just as much worthless shit as you two do." H ignored him and turned back to me. "What were the names of the twins who appeared in the Swordquest comic books?" "Tara and Thor." "Damn Z, you are the man." "Thanks, H." A message flashed on my display informing me that the 3-minute warning bell had just run in my classroom. I knew H and Irok were seeing the same warning because our schools operated on the same schedule. Interesting. So it doesn't matter where on the planet your school is. Why? Okay. This is a pizza. It's a pizza, but as toppings they're planets and stars and comets. Okay. Okay. Time for another day of higher learning, H said, standing up. Drag, Irok said. See you losers later. He gave me the finger, then his avatar disappeared as he logged out of the chat room. The other Gunters began to log out and vanish too, until only H and I remained. Seriously, H, I said, why do you let that moron hang out here? Because he's fun to beat at video games, and his ignorance gives me hope. How so? Because if most of the other Gunters out there are as clueless as Irok, and they are, Z, believe me, that means you and I really do have a shot at winning the contest. I shrugged. I guess that's one way to look at it. Wanna hang after school again tonight, around 7 or so? I've got a few errands to run, but Then I'm gonna tackle some of the stuff on my need to watch list. A spaced marathon, perhaps? Oh, hell yes, I said. Count me in. We logged out simultaneously just as the final bell began to ring. 0004. My avatar's eyes slid open and I was back in my world history classroom. The seats around me were now filled with other students, and our teacher, Mr. Avanovich, was materializing at the front of the classroom. Mr. A's avatar looked like a partly bearded college professor. He sported an infectious green, wire-rimmed spectacles and a tweed jacket with patches on the elbows. When he spoke, he somehow always managed to sound like he was reading a passage from Dickens. I liked him. He was a good teacher. Of course, we didn't know who Mr. Avanovich really was or where he lived. We didn't know his real name or even if he was really a man. For all we knew, he could have been a small Inuit woman living in Anchorage, Alaska, who had adopted this appearance and voice to make her students more receptive to her lessons. But for some reason, I suspected that Mr. Avanovich's avatar looked and sounded just like the person operating it. All of my teachers were pretty great, unlike the real-world counterparts. Most of the Oasis public school teachers seemed to genuinely enjoy their job, probably because they didn't have to spend half their time acting as babysitters and disciplinarians. The Oasis software took care of that, ensuring that students remained quiet and in their seats. All the teachers had to do was teach. It was also a lot easier for online teachers to hold their students' attention because here, in the Oasis, the classrooms were like holodecks. Teachers could take their students on a virtual field trip every day without ever leaving the school grounds. During our world history lesson that morning, Mr. Avanovich loaded up a standalone simulation so that our class could witness the discovery of King Tut's tomb by archaeologists in Egypt in AD 1922. The day before, we'd visited the same spot in 1334 BC and had seen Tutankhamun's empire in all its glory. In my next class, biology, we traveled through a human heart and watched it pumping from the inside, just like in that old movie, Fantastic Voyage. In art class, we toured the Louvre while all of our avatars wore silly berets. In my astronomy class, we visited each of Jupiter's moon. We stood on the volcanic surface of Io while our teacher explained how the moon had originally formed. As our teacher spoke to us, Jupiter loomed behind her, filling half the sky, its great red spot churning? What is churning? Slowly, just over her left shoulder. Then she snapped her fingers and we were standing on Europa, discussing the possibility of extraterrestrial life beneath the moon's icy crust. I spent my lunch period sitting in one of the green fields bordering the school, staring at the simulated scenery while I munched on a protein bar with my visor on. It beat staring at the inside of my hideout. I was a senior, so I was allowed to go off-world during lunch if I wanted to, but I didn't have that kind of spare dough to blow. Logging into the oasis was free, but traveling around inside it wasn't. Most of the time I didn't have enough credits to teleport off-world and get back to Ludus. When the last bell rang each day, the students who had things to do in the real world would log out of the oasis and vanish. Everyone else would head off-world. A lot of kids owned their own interplanetary vehicles. School parking lots all over Ludus were filled with UFOs, TIE fighters, old NASA space shuttles, Vipers from Battlestar Galactica, and other spacecraft designs lifted from every sci-fi movie and TV show you can think of. Every afternoon I would stand on the school's front lawn and watch with envy as these ships filled the sky, zooming off to explore the simulation's endless possibilities. The kids who didn't own ships would either hitch a ride with a friend or stampede to the nearest transport terminal, headed for some off-world dance club, gaming arena, or rock concert. But not me. I wasn't going anywhere. I was stranded on the Ludus, the most boring planet in the entire oasis. The most boring planet. School! It's the most boring! The ontologically anthropocentric sensory immersive simulation was a big place. When the Oasis had first been launched, it contained only a few hundred planets for users to explore, all created by GSS programmers and artists. Their environments ran the gamut from sword and sorcery settings to cyberpunk-themed planet-wide cities to irradiated post-apocalyptic zombie-infested wastelands. Some planets were designed with painstaking detail, others were randomly generated from a series of templates. Each one was populated with a variety of artificially intelligent NPCs, computer-controlled humans, animals, monsters, aliens, and androids with which Oasis users could interact. GSS had also licensed pre-existing virtual worlds from their competitors, so content that had already been created for games like EverQuest and World of Warcraft was ported over the Oasis, and copies of Norath and Azeroth were added to the growing catalog of Oasis planets. Other virtual worlds soon followed suit. From the metaverse to the Matrix, the Firefly universe was anchored in a sector adjacent to the Star Wars galaxy, with a detailed recreation of the Star Trek universe in the sector adjacent to that. Users could now teleport back and forth between their favorite fictional worlds: Middle-earth, Vulcan, Pern, Arrakis, Magrathea, Discord, Midworld, Riverworld, Ringworld. Worlds upon worlds. For the sake of zoning and navigation, the oasis had been divided equally into 27 cube-shaped sectors, each containing hundreds of different planets. The three-dimensional map of all 27 sectors distinctly resembled an 80s puzzle toy called a Rubik's Cube. Like most Gunters, I knew this was no coincidence. How would it be coincidence? Each sector measured exactly 10 light hours across, or about 10.8 billion kilometers. So if you were traveling at the speed of light, the fastest speed attainable by any spacecraft inside the oasis, you could get from one side of a sector to the other in exactly 10 hours. That sort of long-distance travel wasn't cheap. Spacecraft that could travel at light speed were rare, and they required fuel to operate. Charging people for virtual fuel to power their virtual spaceships was one of the ways gregarious simulation systems generated revenue. Since accessing the oasis was free, but GSS's primary source of income came from teleportation fares. Teleportation was the fastest way to travel, but it was also the most expensive. Traveling around inside the oasis wasn't just costly, it was also dangerous. Each sector was divided up into many different zones that varied in size and shape. Some zones were so large that they encompassed several planets, while others covered only a few kilometers on the surface of a single world. Each zone had a unique combination of rules and parameters. Magic world functioned in some zones and not in others. The same was true of technology. If you flew... Okay, I thought of my question. Which fictional world would you spend the most time in the oasis? I would live in the Shire and eat virtual breakfasts. Same. Told you, we are the same person. I mean, Shire, it's the best. If you flew your technology-based starship into a zone where technology didn't function, your engines would fail the moment you crossed the zone border. Then you'd have to hire some silly grey-bearded sorcerer with a spell-powered space barge to tow your ass back into a technology zone. Dual zones permitted the use of both magic and technology, and null zones didn't allow either. There were pacifist zones where no player versus player combat was allowed, and player versus player zones where it was every avatar for themselves. You had to be careful whenever you entered a new zone or sector. You had to be prepared. But like I said, I didn't have a problem. I was stuck at school. Ludus had been designed as a place of learning, so the planet had been created without a single quest portal or gaming zone anywhere on its surface. The only thing to be found here were thousands of identical school campuses separated by rolling green fields, perfectly landscaped parks, rivers, meadows, and sprawling template-generated forests. There were no castles, dungeons, or orbiting space fortresses for my avatar to raid, and there were no NPC villains, monsters, or aliens for me to fight, so there was no treasure or magic items for me to plunder. This totally sucked for a lot of reasons. Completing quests, fighting NPCs, and gathering treasure were the only ways a low-level avatar like mine could earn experience points, XPs. Earning XPs was how you increased your avatar's power level, strength, and abilities. A lot of Oasis users didn't care about their avatar's power level or bother with the gaming aspects. I'm sorry, just for a second. Можно тише обсуждать. Окей. Okay. A lot of Oasis users didn't care about their avatar's power level or bother with the gaming aspects of the simulation at all. They only used the Oasis for entertainment, business, shopping, and hanging out with their friends. These users simply avoided entering any gaming or PvP zones where their defenseless first-level avatars could be attacked by NPCs or by other players. If you stayed in safe zones like Ludus, you didn't have to worry about your avatar getting robbed, kidnapped, or killed. I hated being stuck in a safe zone. If I was going to find Holiday's egg, I knew I would eventually have to venture out in the dangerous sectors of the Oasis. And if I wasn't powerful or well armed enough to defend myself, I wasn't going to stay alive for very long. Over the past 5 years, I'd managed to slowly, gradually raise my avatar up to 3rd level. This hadn't been easy. I'd done it by hitching rides off-world with other students, mostly H, who happened to be headed to a planet where my WOS avatar would survive. I'd have them drop me near a newbie-level gaming zone and spend the rest of the night or weekend slaying orcs, kobolds, or some other piddly class of monsters that was too weak to kill me. For each NPC my avatar defeated, I would earn a few meager experience points and usually a handful of copper or silver coins dropped by my slain foes. These coins were instantly converted to credits, which I used to pay the teleportation fare back to Ludus, often just before the final school bell rang. Sometimes, but not often, one of the NPCs I killed would drop an item. That was how I'd obtained my avatar's sword, shield, and armor. I'd stopped hitching rides with H at the end of the previous school year. His avatar was now above 30th level, and so he was almost always headed to a planet where it wasn't safe for my avatar. He was happy to drop me on some noob world along the way, but if I didn't earn enough credits to pay for my fare back to Ludus, I'd wind up missing school because I was stuck on some other planet. This was not an acceptable excuse. I'd now racked up so many unexcused absences that I was in danger of being expelled. If that happened, I would have to return my school-issued Oasis console and visor. Worse, I'd be transferred back to school in the real world to finish out my senior year there. I couldn't risk that. So these days I rarely left Ludus at all. I was stuck here, and stuck at 3rd level. Having a 3rd level outer was a colossal embarrassment. None of the other Gunters took you seriously, unless you were at least 10th level. Even though I'd been a Gunter since day one, everyone still considered me a noob. It was beyond frustrating. In desperation, I tried to find a part-time after-school job just to earn some walking around money. I applied for dozens of tech support and programming jobs, mostly ground construction work, coding parts of Oasis malls and office buildings. But it was completely hopeless. Millions of college-educated adults couldn't get one of those jobs. The Great Recession was now entering its 3rd decade, and unemployment was still at a record high. Even the fast food joints in my neighborhood had a 2-year waiting list for job applicants. So I remained stuck at school. I felt like a kid stranded in the world's greatest video arcade without any quarters, unable to do anything but walk around and watch the other kids play. 0005. Okay, I'll go to Rivendell then, in case they run out of virtual breakfasts. So you avoid me, right? You don't want to be in the same town as me. You don't want to be in the same country. Am I right? You don't want to be in Shire? Because I will be in Shire. Oh, maybe you're afraid of this thing, this, like, when time travelers are together, when they see each other, they can see each other. Yeah. Time paradox. After lunch, I headed to my favorite class, Advanced Oasis Studies. This was a senior year elective where you learned about the history of the Oasis and its creators. Talk about an easy A. For the past 5 years, I devoted all of my free time to learning as much as I possibly could about James Holiday. I'd exhaustively studied his life, accomplishments, and interests. Over a dozen different Holiday biographies had been published in the years since his death, and I'd read them all. Several documentary films had also been made about him, and I'd studied those too. I'd studied every word Holiday had ever written, and I'd played every video game he'd ever made. I took notes, writing down every detail I thought might be related to the hunt. I kept everything in a notebook, which I'd started to call my Grail Diary, after watching the 3rd Indiana Jones film. The more I'd learned about Holiday's life, the more I'd grown to idolize him. He was a god among geeks, a nerd uber deity on the level of Gygax, Garrett, and Gates. He'd left home after high school with nothing but his wits and his imagination, and he'd used them to attain worldwide fame and amass a vast fortune. He'd created an entirely new reality that now provided an escape for most of humanity. And to top it all off, he turned his last will and testament into the greatest video game contest of all time. I spent most of my time in advanced WSS studies class annoying our teacher, Mr. Siders, by pointing out errors in our textbook and raising my hand to interject some relevant bit of holiday trivia that I, and I alone, thought was interesting. After the first few weeks of class, Mr. Siders had stopped calling on me unless no one else knew the answer to his question. No. What a shame. But stop. This is meta world we're talking about, not real world. And we are now both online on Twitch and nothing explodes. So we could be together in Shire if it's virtual. Right? Breakfast! Today he was reading excerpts from The Eggman, a best-selling holiday biography that I already read 4 times. You could help me. We need voice messages so we could read together when they are gonna talk, like I'm for Artemis and you for Percival. Okay. Best-selling holiday biography that I'd already read 4 times. During his lecture, I kept having to resist the urge to interrupt him and point out all of the really important details the book left out. Instead, I just made a mental note on each omission, and as Mr. Siders began to recount the circumstances of Holiday's childhood, I once again tried to glean whatever secrets I could from the strange way Holiday had lived his life, and from the odd clues about himself he'd chosen to leave behind. James Donovan Holiday was born on June 12, 1972, in Middletown, Ohio. He was an only child. His father was an alcoholic machine operator and his mother was a bipolar waitress. It's nice how he, put their diagnosis right next to profession. So it sounds like profession, like whole name of profession. Bipolar waitress. Bipolar waitress. By all accounts, James was a bright boy, but socially inept. He had an extremely difficult time communicating with the people around him. Despite his obvious intelligence, he did poorly in school because most of his attention was focused on computers, comic books, sci-fi and fantasy novels, movies, and above all else, video games. One day in junior high, Holiday was sitting alone in the cafeteria reading a Dungeons and Dragons player's handbook. The game fascinated him, but he'd never actually played it because he'd never had any friends to play it with. A boy in his class named Ogden Morrow noticed that noticed what Holiday was reading and invited him to attend one of the weekly D&D gaming sessions held at his house. There, in Morrow's basement, Holiday was introduced to an entire group of mega geeks, just like himself. They immediately accepted him as one of their own, and for the first time in his life, James Holiday had a circle of friends. Ogden Morrow eventually became Holiday's business partner, collaborator, and best friend. Many would later liken the pairing of Morrow and Holiday to that of Jobs and Wozniak or Lennon and McCartney. It was a partnership destined to alter the course of human history. At age 15, Holiday created his first video game, Anorak's Quest. He programmed it in BASIC on a TRS-80 color computer he'd received the previous Christmas, though he'd asked his parents for the slightly more expensive Commodore 64. Anorak's Quest was an adventure game set in Chtonia, the fantasy world Holiday had created for his high school Dungeons & Dragons campaign. Anorak was a nickname Holiday had been given by a female British exchange student at his high school. He liked the name Anorak so much that he'd use it for his favorite D&D character, the powerful wizard who later appeared in many of his video games. Holiday created Anorak's Quest for fun to share with the guys in his D&D gaming group. They all found the game addictive and lost countless hours attempting to solve its intricate riddles and puzzles. Ogden Morrow convinced Holiday that Anorak's Quest was better than most of the computer games currently on the market, and encouraged him to try selling it. He helped Holiday create some simple cover artwork for the game, and together the two of them hand-copied Anorak's Quest onto dozens of 5/4 inch. How do I say it? Floppy disks, and stuck them into Ziploc bags, along with a single photocopied sheet of instructions. They began selling the game on the software rack at their local computer store. Before long, they couldn't make copies fast enough to meet the demand. Morrow and Holiday decided to start their own video game company, Gregarious Games, which initially operated out of Morrow's basement. Holiday programmed new versions of Anorak's Quest for the Atari 800 XL, Apple II, and Commodore 64 computers, and Morrow began placing ads for the game in the back of several computer magazines. Within 6 months, Anorak's Quest became a national bestseller. Yeah. Holiday and Morrow almost didn't graduate from high school because they spent most of their senior year working on Anorak's Quest 2, and instead of going off to college, they both focused all of their energy on their new company, which had now grown too large for Morrow's basement. In 1980, Gregarious Games moved into its first real office, located in a rundown strip mall in Columbus, Ohio. Over the next decade, the small company took the video game industry by storm, releasing a series of best-selling action and adventure games, all using a groundbreaking first-person graphics engine created by Holiday. Gregarious Games set a new standard for immersive gaming, and every time they released a new title, it pushed the envelope of what seemed possible on the computer hardware available at the time. The rotund Ogden Morrow was naturally charismatic, and he handled all of the company's business affairs and public relations. At every Gregarious Games press conference, Morrow grinned infectiously from behind his unruly beard and wire-rimmed spectacles, using his natural gift for hype and hyperbole. Holiday seemed to be Morrow's polar opposite in every way. He was tall, gaunt, and painfully shy, and he preferred to stay out of the limelight. People employed by Gregarious Games during this period say that Holiday frequently locked himself in his office, where he programmed incessantly. What? What's this? Often going without food, sleep, or human contact for days or even weeks. What? Like multiple? Not 1 week? Whole few weeks with no human contact. No, it doesn't sound right. Everything is too big in this book, like these lists of books, discs, and tapes they memorize, and weeks without human contact, and I don't know, it's too much. On the few occasions that Holiday agreed to do interviews, his behavior came off as bizarre even by game designer standards. He was hyperkinetic, aloof, and so socially inept that the interviewers often came away with the impression he was mentally ill. Holiday tended to speak so rapidly that his words... I mean, his parents were mentally ill, his father was alcoholic, and his mother was bipolar. Like, what can go right with this kid? I don't know. Holiday tended to speak so rapidly that his words were often unintelligible, and he had a disturbing high-pitched laugh, made even more so because he was usually the only one who knew what he was laughing about. When Holiday got bored during an interview or conversation, he would usually get up and walk out without saying a word. Holiday had many well-known obsessions. Chief among them were classic video games, sci-fi and fantasy novels, and movies of all genres. He also had an extreme fixation on the 1980s, the decade during which he'd been a teenager. Holiday seemed to expect everyone around him to share his obsessions, and he often lashed out at those who didn't. Writer says he has Asperger's, but I guess it's not that. Like, he's not just Asperger's. He's straight up like autist. Okay. Holiday seemed to expect everyone around him to share his obsessions, and he often lashed out at those who didn't. He was known to fire longtime employees for not recognizing an obscure line of movie dialogue he quoted, or if he discovered they weren't familiar with one of his favorite cartoons, comic books, or video games. Lashed out. Ogden Morrow would always hire the employee back, usually without Holiday even ever noticing. As the years went on, Holiday's already stunned social skills seemed to deteriorate even further. Several exhaustive physiological studies were done on Holiday following his death, and his obsessive adherence to routine and preoccupation with few obscure areas of interest led many physiologists to conclude that Holiday had suffered from Asperger's syndrome or from some other form of high-functioning autism. Despite his eccentricities, high functioning. No. Бессрочно. Oh, because he's rich, he's high functioning. Oh, I can understand now. But he got rich not because of himself. He got rich because of Morrow. If Morrow wouldn't help him, he would not got rich. It's not high functioning. I mean, I'm not sure. Maybe I would fire this person too for not knowing some cartoon. I know. Maybe. I'm not sure. Let's just leave to it. Okay, despite his eccentricities, no one ever questioned Holiday's genius. The games he created were addictive and widely popular. By the end of the 20th century, Holiday was widely recognized as the greatest video game designer of his generation, and some would argue of all time. Ogden Morrow was a brilliant programmer in his own right, but his true talent was his knack for business, in addition to collaborating on the company's games. He masterminded all of their early marketing campaigns and shareware distribution schemes with astounding results. When Gregarious Games finally went public, I mean, if not Morrow, he would never have any friends in his life. You know, he would never decided to create this Anorak's quest. Because Morrow, you know, invited him to play with them. In addition to collaborating on the company's games, he masterminded all of their early marketing campaigns and shareware distribution schemes, with astounding results. When Gregarious Games finally went public, their stock immediately shot into the stratosphere. By their 30th birthdays, Holiday and Morrow were both multimillionaires. multimillionaires. They purchased mansions on the same street. Morrow bought a Lamborghini, took several long vacations, and traveled the world. Holiday bought and restored one of the original DeLoreans used in the Back to the Future films, continued to spend nearly all of his time welded to a computer keyboard, and used his newfound wealth to amass what would eventually become the world's largest private collection of classic video games, Star Wars action figures, vintage lunchboxes, and comic books. At the height of its success, Gregarious Games appeared to fall dormant. Several years elapsed during which they released no new games. Morrow made cryptic announcements saying the company was working on an ambitious project that would move them in an entirely new direction. Rumors began to circulate that Gregarious Games was developing some sort of new computer gaming hardware, and that this secret project was rapidly exhausting the company's considerable financial resources. There were also indications that both Holiday and Morrow had invested most of their own personal fortunes in the company's new endeavor. Word began to spread that Gregarious Games was in danger of going bankrupt. Would be nice to, play to that. Then in December 2012, Gregarious Games rebranded itself as Gregarious Simulation Systems, and under this new banner, they launched their flagship product, the only product GSS would ever release, the Oasis, the ontologically anthropocentric sensory immersive simulation. The Oasis would ultimately change the way people around the world lived, worked, and communicated. It would transform entertainment, social networking, and even global politics. Even though it was initially marketed as a new kind of massively multiplayer online game, the Oasis quickly evolved into a new way of life. In the days before the Oasis, massively multiplayer online games were among the first shared synthetic environments. They allowed thousands of players to simultaneously coexist inside a simulated world, which they connected to via the internet. The overall size of these environments was relatively small, usually just a single world or a dozen or so small planets. Really. I know maybe 2 games that are much bigger. MMO players could only see these online environments through a small 2-dimensional window, their desktop computer monitor, and they could only interact with it by using keyboards, mice, and other crude input devices. Gregarious Simulation Systems elevated the MMO concept to an entirely new level. The Oasis didn't limit its users to just one planet or even a dozen. The Oasis contained hundreds and eventually thousands of high-resolution 3D worlds for people to explore, and each one was beautifully rendered in meticulous graphic detail, right down to bugs and blades of grass, wind, and weather patterns. Users could circumnavigate each of these planets and never see the same terrain twice. Even in its first primitive incarnation, the scope of the simulation was staggering. Holiday and Morrow referred to the Oasis as an open-source reality, a malleable online universe that anyone could access via the internet, using their existing home computer or video game console. You could log in and instantly escape the drudgery of your day-to-day life. You could create an entirely new persona for yourself with complete control over how you looked and sounded to others. In the Oasis, the fat could become thin, the ugly could become beautiful, and the shy extroverted. Shy would become extroverted. I mean, it could, but not everyone, not every shy person. Sometimes I feel so shy that I can't answer the question when I know the answer. It's cool. I'm like, maybe I can let someone else to answer. Okay, where was I? Or vice versa. You could change your name, age, sex, race, height, weight, voice, hair color, and bone structure. Or you could cease being human altogether and become an elf, ogre, alien, or any other creature from literature, movies, or mythology. In the Oasis, you could become whomever and whatever you wanted to be, without even ever revealing your true identity, because your anonymity was guaranteed. Users could also alter the content of the virtual worlds inside the Oasis, or create entirely new ones. A person's online presence was no longer limited to a website or a social networking profile. In the Oasis, you could create your own private planet, build a virtual mansion on it, furnish and decorate it however you liked, and invited few thousand friends over for a party. And those friends could be in a dozen different time zones spread all over the globe. The keys to the success of the Oasis were the two new pieces of interface hardware that GSS had created, both of which were required to access the simulation. Isn't it like, I don't know, Monopoly? Is it right? Is it okay? I bet China has their own Oasis in this book, right? Required to access the simulation. Like, they just said that you could use your computer, like existing home computer and or video game console. But now they're required. I don't know. But you have a chance to be wrong. Isn't it nice? You wouldn't have the chance if I would answer the question. The Oasis visor and haptic gloves. The wireless one-size-fits-all Oasis visor was slightly larger than a pair of sunglasses. It used harmless, low-powered lasers to draw the stunningly real environment of the Oasis right onto its wearer's retinas. Retinas. Why? How do I say it? Retinas. I mean, for GSS, it sounds like Monopoly. After we finish, I have to cook chicken. I don't know. Make make it big, you know. Completely immersing their entire field of vision in the online world. The visor was light years ahead of the chalky virtual reality goggles available prior to that time, and it represented a paradigm shift in virtual reality technology, as did the lightweight Oasis haptic gloves, which allowed users to directly control the hands of their avatars and to interact with their simulated environment as if they were actually inside it. When you picked up objects, opened doors, or operated vehicles, the haptic gloves made you feel these non-existent objects and surfaces as if they were really right there in front of you. The gloves let you, as the television ads put it, reach out and touch the Oasis. Working together, the visor and the gloves made entering the Oasis as an experience unlike anything else available, and once people got a taste of it, there was no going back. The software that powered the simulation Holiday's new Oasis reality engine also represented a huge technological breakthrough. It managed to overcome limitations that had plagued previous simulated realities. In addition to restricting the overall size of their virtual environments, earlier MMOs had been forced to limit their virtual populations, usually to a few thousand users per server. If too many people were logged in at the same time, the simulation would slow to crawl and avatars would freeze in mid-stride as the system struggled to keep up. But the Oasis utilized a new kind of fault-tolerant server array that could draw additional processing power from every computer connected to it. At the time of its initial launch, the Oasis could handle up to 5 million simultaneous users, with no discernible latency or no chance of a system crash. A massive marketing campaign promoted the launch of the Oasis. The pervasive television, billboard, and internet ads featuring a large green Oasis, complete with palm trees and a pool of crystal blue water, surrounded on all sides by a vast barren desert. GS's new endeavor was a massive success from day one. The Oasis was what people had been dreaming of for decades. The virtual reality they had been promised for so long was finally here, and it was even better than they imagined. This was an online utopia, a holodeck for the home. And its biggest selling point, it was free. Most online games of the day generated revenue by charging users a monthly subscription fee for access. GSS only charged a one-time sign-up fee of 25 cents, for which you received a lifetime Oasis account. The ads all used the same tagline. The Oasis is the greatest video game ever created, and it's only cost a quarter. At a time of drastic social and cultural upheaval, when most of the world's population longed for an escape from reality, the Oasis provided it in a form that was cheap, legal, safe, and not medically proven to be addictive. The ongoing energy crisis contributed greatly to the Oasis' runaway popularity. The skyrocketing cost of oil made airline and automobile travel too expensive for the average citizen, and the Oasis became the only getaway most people could afford. As the era of cheap, abundant energy drew to a close, poverty and unrest began to spread like a virus. Every day, more and more people had reason to seek solace inside holiday and morose virtual utopia. Any business that wanted to set up shop inside the Oasis had to rent or purchase virtual real estate, which Morrow dubbed surreal estate, from GSS. Anticipating this, the company had set aside Sector 1 as the simulation's designated business zone, and began to sell and rent millions of blocks of surreal estate there. City-sized shopping malls were erected in the blink of an eye, and storefronts spread across planets like time-lapse footage of mold devouring an orange. I'm sorry for a second. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. Okay, so we're here, right? On the orange. Or what was the last word? City-sized shopping malls were erected in the blink of an eye, and storefronts spread across planets like time-lapse footage of mold devouring an orange. Urban development had never been so easy. In addition to the billions of dollars that GSS ranked in selling land that didn't actually exist, they made a killing selling virtual objects and vehicles. The Oasis became such an integral part of people's day-to-day social lives that users were more than willing to shell out real money to buy accessories for their avatars: clothing, furniture, houses, flying cars, magic swords, and machine guns. These items were nothing but ones and zeros stored on the Oasis servers, but they were also status symbols. It's not just ones and zeros, it's energy. Most items only cost a few credits, but since they cost nothing for GSS to manufacture, nothing, right? You don't have to pay artists to create it. You don't have to pay to programists, like, it costs nothing. It was all profit. Even in the throes of an ongoing economic recession, the Oasis allowed Americans to continue engaging in their favorite pastime: shopping. The Oasis quickly became the single most popular use for the internet, so much so that the terms Oasis and internet gradually became synonymous. And the incredibly easy to use three-dimensional Oasis OS, which GSS gave away for free, became the single most popular computer operating system in the world. Before long, billions of people around the world were working and playing in the Oasis every day. Some of them met, fell in love, and got married without ever setting foot on the same continent. The lines of distinction between a person's real identity and that of their avatar began to blur. It was the dawn of a new era, one where most of the human race now spent all of their free time inside a video game. Okay, enough for today. I'm already have raspy voice. What do you use to mark the page? It's cute. So goodbye. I think I'm going. I have to cook and I I have to sleep and I have to write my thesis. I thought actually that I will not have like proper weekend this week because we have check on thesis next week, but as you can see I needed one day off